What's up, motherfuckers? Sorry it got delayed by a few minutes. I had a very odd issue with like screen size adjustment of some kind that I had to deal with, and I still don't know exactly how I fixed it, but I fixed it. But yeah, like I turned on the system and shit, and fucking everything was not fitting. It was really, really weird. And it took me a few minutes of fiddling around with shit to try to figure out how to deal with it. There may end up being a point where I have to unplug my headset for a little bit. We'll have to play this by ear. I'm not sure my controller's getting the charge that it was getting, or should be getting. With how I've got everything set up right now. But we'll wait and we'll see. I fucking hate having to have my setup the way I do right now, but apparently the headset I had been using has gone to shit. I've only got one working headset. Now, there are a few things today that I not just want to address, I feel need to be addressed. Specifically, to start with, political ads. Now, I'm 47. So I've seen a lot of political ads. Alright, I've seen them just go from at least halfway decent to gone to shit. Now, I've never, until recently, looked into claims made by a political ad Otherwise, I probably would have noticed this issue long time ago. But I will say, as a preface to this, that I understand that political ads, whether they're sticking to the fucking topics or personal attacks, I understand that they're going to be less than truthful. I get that. The amount of lies being spoken in those ads is going to depend on who's putting them out and who approves them and all that kind of thing. I get it. But I think we could all agree that a politician's political ads should be as honest and truthful as can be managed. I think we can all agree on that. I think we can all agree that honesty in a politician's campaign is 100% necessary. Now, I say all of this because here in Iowa, and I would make the educated assumption that this is true in other states, I've been seeing a series of ads for the Republican candidate for either state level or federal level Congress. I'm not sure what she's running for, by the name of Ashley, was it Kidsey or something like that? Where this group called One Nation, which is a subgroup of a super PAC for the Republican Party, is running an ad claiming that Ashley Hinson is attempting to fight and kill the death tax in Iowa. And many of the streaming platforms that I watch stuff on has been running this ad. It's been all over the goddamn place. So I got sick and tired of seeing it. So I said, okay, let me look into the claims. And I did, and it turns out the death tax in my state had died several years prior, at a minimum. It's been completely like repealed and gone for like at least 3 or 4 years. So the ad for this would-be congresswoman is a complete and utter falsehood. It's a lie from start to finish. Again, I reiterate, I understand that ads for politicians are going to include at least some dishonesty, some lies. I get it. I don't like it. I don't feel it's right, but I understand it. I get it. But to fucking run an ad that is entirely dishonest from start to finish, that has a claim in there that has absolutely no basis in honesty has gone so far over the line of what a political ad should be that I ended up contacting, like, finding this One Nation's fucking website, and I contacted them and I said, you need to stop running this ad for Ashley because it's a lie. You're saying she's fighting to end and kill the death tax. Death tax has been fucking gone in my home state of Iowa for several years. This is dishonesty at an extreme level, and it needs to stop. And like I said, I assume, just based on the current state of politics, that Ashley Hinson isn't the only person running for a governmental position who's running ads of a similar nature. I assume there are quite a few more that are doing so, and I assume that it's on both sides of the aisle. The reason I bring it up is because this kind of nonsense has got to fucking stop. Alright, like, we can't continue to allow politicians or groups who are associated with politicians to keep running ads that are that blatantly dishonest. Our political state of being right now is fragile enough, quite frankly, without allowing groups or individuals or politicians themselves to run ads that are just blatant lies from start to finish. Like, it's fragile enough at this point that we can't have that going on. So something obviously has to change. So what I would recommend, because I don't know how the full process of this would play out, I would assume, until proven otherwise, that there would be legal recourse that individuals could take for running or seeing ads like this that are run that are just straight up lies. But I don't know that to be true. I haven't looked into it yet. But I would assume that there is some form of a legal recourse that could be taken, unless it's proven otherwise. But at the very least, what we as the people can do is we can contact whoever is directly responsible for producing and running the ad and say, we've looked into the claims you made in this ad and they are false. They are lies. They are untrue. You are promoting a platform that either the candidate isn't running on or hasn't been known to actually support, or you're promoting a platform that the candidate is running on that was dealt with before this election cycle. In the case of Ashley Hinson, part of her, like, apparently the major part of her platform is running on killing the death tax in Iowa. But the death tax has been repealed and dead for at least 3 or 4 years by this point. How can you run on that as part of your platform if the death tax doesn't fucking exist anymore? In my state. I mean, there are probably states that still have it or something similar, and that's for them to deal with. But, like, you can't just run an ad for a political candidate that is so blatantly false and expect everybody to just buy into the bullshit. Somebody, sooner or later, is going to fucking check it. And when we check the claim and we find the claim to be false, we're going to fucking say something. Which obviously happened with me. So we need to, as a country, we need to be aware that ads of this nature are being run, and that we need to fact check those claims to make sure that those ads are as upfront and honest as the groups or politicians or whoever can make them. We have to hold these individuals accountable when they run these ads. Because we've already noticed that the majority of politicians on local, state, and federal levels are fairly dishonest to begin with, and they keep running on campaigns with dishonesty involved and winning. Why are they winning? They're winning because we've been brainwashed. How do we break the brainwashing? Well, folks like myself and others step out of the shadows and we do the jobs that others with more reach and influence should be fucking doing and aren't, or should be doing and are not doing it, the entirety of, and we fucking say something. I don't want to be in this position. I don't want to have to be the guy that has to talk about this shit and bring this shit to the world's attention. That is not my job. I'm on here as a streamer to stream video gameplay. That is my job. That is what I'm on here to do. I should not be the one having to discuss political shit, especially since I'll be the first to admit that when it comes to political shit, I am not the best informed individual. When I talk about something, I usually talk about stuff that I have recently discovered and then looked into. But it's usually things I was either only peripherally aware of prior, or was aware of but had never really looked into, or something along that general line. It is recently acquired knowledge. This is not something that I've known for an extended period. That's not who I am. I'm not the super scholastically inclined and educated individual. I'm the street smart guy. I'm the common Joe that gives you the street perspective of things. That's my fucking personality. That's who I am. It's who I've always fucking been. I've never been scholastically inclined. I have admitted this on multiple fucking occasions. I have no problem with admitting that when it comes to scholastic achievements, I'm bottom of the fucking barrel on average. At best, I'm middle of the barrel. Low end of the middle of the barrel. Scholastically speaking, that's where I rank. And I know it. I have no problem with it. I know who I am. I know what I am. And I'm proud of who and what I am. So I shouldn't, be the one that has to talk about shit like this. And I hate that I do. But I also hate that we as a society in America have become so fucking lazy and so fucking complacent that we allow our politicians and the individuals and groups who, quote unquote, fight for them to get elected to fucking do this shit and get away with doing it. That has got to stop. We have got to, as a society, hold our politicians and the individuals who work with them to get them fucking elected responsible for what they say in the media. We have to. Or what they allow to be said on their behalf. Because either way, this kind of thing can't be allowed to continue. It simply can't. That's ultimately the point that I'm trying to make here. Now, another thing I want to address, because this is some bullshit that the retarded MAGA moron cult keeps trying to push. And I'm just sick of it. Socialism has never been linked directly to leading to communism. Matter of fact, indirect links from socialism ending up creating a communistic system of government are pretty rare by and large. Socialism and communism are not even the same thing. They're not even remotely close to being the same fucking thing. They are, in truth, two entirely separate things. Communism is essentially government for the government, by the government, and only the government, and fuck everybody else. The government owns everything, the government fucking runs everything, and they don't give a shit about anyone or anything else. It's all about the government, the government, the government, government. In a nutshell, layman's terms, is basically what communism is. Socialism, on the other hand, is an entirely different system of government. Now, does it have generally the same failure rate as communism tends to? Sure. But it's not for the same reasons. Communism's failure rate is because the government becomes so bloated and fucks the common person over so badly that eventually the common people rise together. Eventually they overcome the governmentally imposed divides, stand together, and they kill them. And they take over. Sometimes it creates a better system of governance. Sometimes it does not. But that's generally what happens. Now, socialistic governments are all about the government for the people, by the people. It's about socialistic assistance to improve society as a whole. So, Social Security, retirement, free health care, all this stuff. Provided by the government, paid for by the government, with taxes on the common people being fairly reasonable, helping to pay for everything. That's generally what a socialistic government has proven to be. Now, failure rates for socialistic governments aren't because the people become unhappy with it. In point of fact, quite the opposite. They're very happy with it because it creates a better, brighter society. People are educated, they're fed, they're housed, they're clothed, they have employment, everything's reasonable, they're not overburdened with debt from things like, healthcare and things of that nature. It's generally a very bright, progressive society. People are generally happy. No, socialistics, like purely socialistic governments, tend to fail because they take socialism too far. They don't find an appropriate balance. And they overspend feeding these socialistic programs to the point where the government implodes because they don't have the money to continue operating. Socialism in and of itself is not a bad thing. In point of fact, socialism in and of itself is absolutely a great thing. There are, of course, with everything, there are negatives about it, certainly. But in the case of socialism, the pros outweigh the cons on average by a pretty significant amount. So to equate socialism with communism is a false equation. To claim that socialism leads to communism is also a false claim. Anybody who says that is either purposely uninformed or just plainly ignorant or informed but lying to you because they don't want you knowing the truth. It's one of those three. But any which way, it goes for the individual trying to make these types of claims, the bottom fucking line is they're feeding you a load of horse shit. They're feeding you a load of horse shit. That is just the long and short of it. Don't buy into the bullshit claims. Alright? Doing so is harmful to yourself, to people around you, to your country, on a local, state, and or federal level. Again, it's a case where I have to tell you, you need to educate yourself. You need to look into these claims. Alright? You need to do your own fucking research. And based on that research, form your own final opinions on the subject. Or if not a final opinion, at least a current opinion that, based on information that might come out later, could change. But form your own opinions based on your own research. Alright, and don't just go to research for sites or people or what have you that align with what you currently believe your political viewpoint is. Look into as many sources as possible to compare and use that comparison to form your opinion. My honest belief is everybody around the world, not just in America, but around the world, if we were all properly educated, we all did our own fucking research on these issues, we all understood how things work, both now and how they should work, we would no longer have left and the right. We would all end up being progressive socialists in the center, seeking to create as balanced a form of governance as we can manage, while at the same time trying to maintain a suitable balance so that we don't overwhelm governmental resources and have that governance collapse in on itself. And I believe that's true for everybody, the ultra wealthy, the politicians, the common person, everybody. And that would lead us to a utopian society, something I've spoken of before. I believe at this point in our history as a species, we have the capacity to reach that utopian society. I believe that is something that we could very easily accomplish. But we are held back by false divides forced on us by governments as a means to keep us from rising up and saying, we've had enough of your shit. Start working for us or get the fuck out of office. And if you refuse to leave, even after being voted out by the majority, then we will have no choice but to use non-peaceful means to remove you so that the majority's will is done. They want to keep us from being united as a people, especially here in America. More so than I think basically any other country on the planet at this point. They don't want Americans coming together. They want us divided, because divided we fall, together we stand. They know that. And the common American knows it, both consciously and or unconsciously. So, do your research, overcome the brainwashing, understand what's being talked about, and make informed decisions and opinions on the topics. And if you see ads being run for a politician that are blatantly false, say something about it. Go to the individual or the group of the politician who made the ad and fucking say something. Look into alternative remedies to get said ads removed from having airtime, so that that lie is no longer perpetuated. Let other people know so that they're informed. Do all the things that you have to do to make sure that those false ads are no longer a factor, one way or another. That way, we could bring at least some degree of honesty back to politics. Got to hold these people accountable. Alright, now I need to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right, and then I need to grab some coffee. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into actual play. But this was a pair of subjects I really wanted to talk about today, because I feel honestly that both topics needed to be covered, and people need to be made aware and or reminded of both topics. So I will be back as quick as I can. Hang tight. Right back. All right. Sorry about that. All right, we'll be getting into this here in a minute. All right. All right. One last thing I need to handle right quick. Hello, Goliath, Wizard, Shipbro, and Chipmunk.
Only a fool punches a map out in the mouth. He should sneak around and pull its tail.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs out. I kind of remember going through this area before in playthroughs. What are you two idiots shooting at? Yeah, I think this is where I think it is. So if I'm right, I think I am, I'm about to fight one of them big walking death tanks on foot. Now, you've seen how much of a little bit of pain in the ass they can be to fight when you're in a vehicle, when you're in the Mako. Yeah. Imagine how much harder that sumbitch is to fight on foot. That went about as I expected. Those things aren't easy to fight when you ain't got a vehicle on you. Like all the other shit in that fight, not that hard to deal with. I could handle them. They're easy. It's that big old walking Geth tank that's kind of a pain in my ass.
Form up.
God damn it.
Aside from the city.
We're planning on it, Dr. Tassoni.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help. Are you real? Oh, no. Don't be stupid, Liara. Humans do not come here. You're hallucinating. And talking to yourself. Oh, goddess. I am going to die here.
I am real, and I'm getting you out of there.
You're oddly lucid for hallucination. They don't usually claim to be real. Or do they? I guess I wouldn't know. I don't usually hallucinate. At least I don't think I do.
My name is Shepard. The Office of Special Tactics and Recon sent me.
A specter? That's good. What else would I conjure up? A protector figure, yes. Perfect. Comforting. Well, I'll play along. As you can see, I am trapped here. If you're as real as you claim, find a way to get me out.
How did you end up in there?
Ah, yes, the figment of my imagination wants me to retrace my steps. See if I can figure out where I went wrong. I was exploring the ruins. When the Geth showed up, I ran in here and activated the defenses. The barrier curtains could protect me. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
We'll find some way to help you.
Of course. What good is a hallucination if it can't offer false hope? Listen, if you're real, find some way past the barrier curtain. Find some way to deal with the Geth. Then use the control panel to release me. If you're not real, leave me alone. I'm tired of talking to myself. Now I am hallucinating that you are inside the tower. I must be getting worse. Earlier, I even imagined I heard thunder.
We used the mining laser to bore through.
You bored through? You're real, aren't you? By the goddess, you're real! I'm sorry. I thought you were a hallucination. I thought I was going mad. Please get me out of here before more guests show up.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on. I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. Obviously, he wants you to help him find it.
The conduit? But I don't know.
Check the system remotely. The cameras were unplugged from the wall, she said. Whoever did it, What the hell was that? did I lose the recordings? The visible cameras stopped.
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event.
I'll send someone tomorrow. Nolan stood in the doorway.
We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Someone entered my workroom and a confidential binder disappeared. So now she's a corporate spy. He laughed once. Mara, you make pancake mix. I looked at the blue tin between us. For 6 years, he had watched me build that company from weekend markets into regional grocery stores. He knew Bellwether's offer could change our lives. Yet when he wanted to make me small, I made pancake mix. The next morning, Helen arrived with a security technician. Nolan had already left for work. The backup camera had been pulled from its bracket and placed face down on a shelf. Its memory card was gone. That isn't something a person does while looking for a recipe tin. Helen said.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
I sent one message to the If I die in here, I'll kill him.
Ha
Vivian replied with a pair of hands emoji. Paige wrote, "This is why families should not do business together." Nolan came home angry that evening. You embarrassed Mom in front of everyone. I did not name her. Everybody knew who you meant, and everybody knew who had been in my pantry. He slept in the guest room. When I heard him moving downstairs. In the morning, the brass key was gone from the counter. 2 days later, Vivian invited us to meet annual dinner for the River County Women in Business Council. I planned to refuse, but Bellwether's regional director would be there, and Vivian knew it. She called me personally. We cannot let a little misunderstanding damage your Brenda, opportunity, she said. I don't. Have a little fun. Looks tense. She had entered my house, lost my binder, and now wanted me dressed as proof that nothing.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Founder of June Table. Exhilarating, isn't it? Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Had the doctor look.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants. Kill her. Spare the Asari if you can. Not, doesn't matter. Ideas do not belong to one person just because she writes them in a binder. There it was. I had never told Paige the missing information was in a binder. Cynthia noticed too. Her expression changed, but she said nothing at all. Bellwether received the email this morning, giving your company with no ownership to me. Our review is paused until that time. We can already have contact. Maybe they should know intelligence is able to ownership to you. I helped you.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes?
It's a coping mechanism. You'll get used to it.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, And not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
Just how old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn. I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours. But among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge. Patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines, the Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
A beacon? Yes, that makes sense. But the beacons were not programmed to interact with human physiology. I am surprised you were able to make any sense of it at all.
It's just a bunch of random images, even after I got the cipher.
The cipher?
Some Asari mumbo-jumbo, supposed to help the commander think like a Prothean. I don't know if it works, though.
The cipher altered my perception of the visions, but it's subtle. I still can't make sense of what I'm seeing.
And this was something another Asari did to you? Commander, with your permission, I would like to try something. You were touched by the beacon. The visions are locked away inside your mind. One of my people gave you a deeper understanding of the visions, but you still cannot put all the pieces of the puzzle together. I might be able to help you.
What do you have in mind?
Like the Asari who gave you the cipher, I can join my consciousness to yours. Maybe my knowledge of the Protheans will help clarify your vision.
It's worth a shot.
My mind to your mind.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
That is some disturbing imagery.
That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What'd you see?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the Commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
Vivian turned on Nolan. Tell them you own half. Tell them she agreed. He looked at the screen, at me, and then at the floor. She never agreed. Detective Alvarez asked Vivian and Paige to accompany her to a private office. The officers were there to preserve
What's our next
evidence and
move?
prevent the
Saren knew you were touched by the beacon on Eden Prime. He probably came after me because he feared I could help you understand it. I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision. What was there, at least? Find the missing portion, and I am confident I can put all the pieces together.
Vivian's sweetness vanished. You had one useful job, Paige. That line ended whatever loyalty her daughter still had. Paige asked for her own attorney and started answering the detective's questions. Nolan came toward me, but
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
I didn't know she put the
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakla should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
Supervision and a ban from managing charitable accounts. The Foundation removed her name from its building. Paige surrendered every file, closed read and route, and apologized through her attorney. I accepted my property, not the excuse. Nolan said his mother manipulated him. Yet he had carried the key, held the door, and given away my schedule. Being Vivian's loyal son mattered more than being a trustworthy husband. Our divorce was quiet. He had no claim to my premarital house or company, and the video left little to argue.
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Of course, Commander. The mission must always take priority.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
I'm just a hedgehog. I'm just a hedgehog on out for a joyride once. Might turn this vacuum into an Uber, make myself some moolah. I'm just a hedgehog on out for a joyride once. Might turn this vacuum into an Uber, make myself some moolah. I'm just a hedgehog on
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what
You bet.
Alright, put some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
That's illegal in the police station. I don't think it is. He's the chief of police, sir. This is secure government. I ain't gonna turn it off. What's the law? It's run on too hard to read. I told you this is secure building. You cannot live here. I disagree. I don't care. What if I don't leave? If you don't leave, I'll let you leave. Now, are you gonna leave or not?
Yo, what's up, Fotis?
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Not sure I'd buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not talking. They're family, right?
I think she's being straight with us. Or at least I don't think she lies very often.
Yeah, she's probably really bad at it. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years. That's impressive.
Do you have a few minutes to talk?
I'm off duty until tomorrow. I was gonna have a small drink. Bit of a celebration. If you're interested.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the first contact war ended. My family always makes it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
Don't tell me you're blamed for that.
Not formally. Dad got passed for promotion over and over. And I think my record merits more than garrison duty in a backwater agri-colony. It takes a special kind of big-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserves better.
What happened to your grandfather after the war?
He was relieved of command as soon as Shanxi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way. Nothing ever comes of it.
As I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time.
The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops. But when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving, and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command. So he surrendered the garrison.
He didn't attempt to go anywhere he was not permitted to be. He recorded that exchange, which was his First Amendment right.
Is this why you're always going on about the Council?
If everyone else can look at Shanxi and say, this is why humanity needs to be stronger, then so can I. I'm entitled. So now you know. Gonna kick me off the ship, Skipper?
You're part of the team, Williams. I don't care what your grandfather did or didn't do.
Not to get all cheesy, but you're the first CO who's ever said that to me. Thanks, Skipper. But anyway, I've got things to do before we land. I'm sure you do too.
Dismissed,
ma'am.
Never a dull moment with you, Shepard.
How long have you been a murderer?
Long enough. I took my first contract right after I left my home system. It's good work. It doesn't kill you.
I get the feeling you enjoy your work.
Sure. You get to see the galaxy on someone else's credits. I've tried more organized fighting. private armies and such. But it gets... I fight best on my own. Or in very small...
So long, Rex.
Shepard. Never a dull moment with you.
You ever go on any missions like ours before?
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Do you remember any that stick out?
A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Volus diplomat. What an ass.
What did he want you to do?
He wanted me to erase his past. Get rid of an old friend who knew too much. His old friend turned out to be an Asari commando.
I can see where that might give you pause.
What? No. Alina and I were old friends. Sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get in first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking that Turian.
Which one of you made it first?
It was a tie. I brought back his head. She got the rest of it. As far as I know, we both got paid. Anyway, when I told Alina about the diplomat's contract, she and I had a good laugh about it.
So what'd you do?
Well, I wasn't going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers. That way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. It always was a bit of a soft.
What happened on the station?
What didn't happen? For 2 days I chased her through that station. Used my entire store of ammunition. Had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the third day, the station was barely holding together. The mercs were dead or gone, life support was failing, but I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs. She was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical. Barely made it back to my ship in time.
I assume the Asari commando didn't make it.
I watched the station from a distance. I never saw her leave. And when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay. But before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message. Better luck next time. Now, I'm not superstitious, but if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live. At least for a bit longer.
What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead.
I told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him.
I didn't know this is what you meant, buddy. I married a man.
And he believed you.
He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes. Easiest job I've ever had. A little boring, but credits are credits.
So long, Rex.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
What for, Garrus?
For everything. Taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned a lot. I've thought about what you said, about eliminating the threat immediately, regardless of the cost. You were right. You were right about Dr. Salient, too. Killing him is the only solution. This way, we'll know he'll never hurt anyone again.
Words mean nothing until you turn them into action, Garrus. What are you gonna do about it?
I'm going to reapply for Spectre training. Will probably kill my father, but I've got to try. If that doesn't work, I'll do just about anything, except go back to CC. I'm done with it. No more red tape, no more politics. From now on, I do things my way.
I'm glad you see it that way. Keep that in mind when we make sound.
Don't worry. I will.
Falsely claiming that Mr. Parker did not use a turn signal, the officer removes him from the vehicle and asks for consent to search him. Mr. Parker agrees, and the officer thoroughly pats him down and
Command.
searches the contents of his pocket.
I wanted to thank you.
I don't have time for this.
Mr. Parker for consent
Goodbye.
to search the vehicle, but it is unclear from his response whether Mr. Parker was consenting
Looking for supplies?
or simply telling him that there was nothing
Let's see what you
illegal
bet.
in the vehicle. However, even if the officer received valid consent to search the vehicle, it is important to note that any evidence that was discovered from either of the searches would be inadmissible in court under the so-called fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. As the Supreme Court explained in the 1984 case of Segura versus United States, quote, the exclusionary rule reaches not only primary evidence obtained as a direct result of an illegal search or seizure, but also evidence later discovered and found to be derivative of the illegality or fruit of the poisonous tree.
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard? With Saren, I mean.
While there are exceptions where this doctrine
Won't be much longer.
such as when the connection
One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
and the discovery
You'll
of the
find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends, and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Tali.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
I didn't bring you along as a favor, Tali. You're here because you contribute to the mission, and I need all the help I can get on this one.
Don't worry, you can always count on me. See you later.
Violation. Police officers may order the driver to get out of the vehicle without violating the Fourth Amendment's prescription of unreasonable searches and seizures. Although the reasoning for granting this authority centers around so-called officer safety, officers are permitted to routinely remove both drivers and passengers from vehicles,
Commander?
regardless of whether they actually have any
I should get back to my duty,
concern for
Skipper.
their safety. However,
Ma'am?
as the Supreme Court held in the 2009 case of Arizona versus Johnson, quote, to justify a pat-down of the driver or a passenger during a traffic stop, the police must harbor reasonable suspicion that the person subjected to the frisk is armed and dangerous. In this situation, in addition to the fact that there was no legal basis for the traffic stop itself, there was absolutely no articulable evidence the officer could point to that would even remotely suggest that Ms. Furman was armed and dangerous. This means that even if the stop itself was lawful, the officer would not be able to constitutionally justify the pat-down frisk he conducted on Ms. Furman. Despite the lack of clarity as to whether Mr. Parker consented to a search of the vehicle, the officer searched
Do you have some time to talk now,
and the
Commander?
objects inside of it.
Of course. Have a seat.
We've played it pretty close to the book so far, but we're a long way from backup. We've got some tough calls to make. I'm just saying, try to leave yourself a way out. I've seen what cutting corners can do, and I'd hate to have that happen to you, Shepard. Commander.
That's not the appropriate way to address your commanding officer, Lieutenant.
I wasn't speaking to you as my commanding officer, ma'am. I don't want to send any bad signals. Just, working on what I picked up. You tell me if I'm going too far.
We haven't had much off-duty time to talk. You have an issue with how things are going?
I'm not questioning any decision you've made, Shepard. Let me be clear about that. It's just my experience that once someone lets something slide, it tends to pick up speed. You get my meaning?
Talk to me, Caden. You got a little black rain cloud sitting over your head.
I'll try to keep the deck dry. You know the records about the biotic trading out on Jump Zero? They're all classified because the Alliance made mistakes. After first contact, Kinetics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans.
Pokeballs in chat.
Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Kinetics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
Did consent to a search of the vehicle, it would likely find that his consent was sufficient for the officers to conduct the search.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and Ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers did not much.
Apparent authority to authorize the search, a court could conclude that the officers did not have valid consent to search Miss Firm.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Kinetics kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home were thinking, asking the Turians for help. They just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
Get your knuckles wrapped a few times, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you could say that. Our instructor was a Turian by the name of Commander Vertus. Introduce himself, I'd like to say. I was the herald of the dreadnought that killed your father. I told him again this
Oh, I caught another shiny.
to Vancouver. My family had an inland home that matured to new beachfront. Vertus had it in for me after that. He cut corners, pushed hard. I mean, you either came out of Superman or a wreck. A lot of kids snapped. A few died. The point of all this, I guess, is that when you cut corners, it's not always obvious who pays for it.
To have something to hide, and using quick double negatives to trick documents into consenting searches.
So why are you telling me this? Is there something I can do to help you get over it?
I'm 32, Shepard. You don't serve as long as I have without coming to terms with yourself. You also learn that if someone is special to you, you help them. Try to keep them from making mistakes.
Special, huh? You're not out of line, Caden. But there are regs.
I get you, Shepard. I don't make a habit of complicating things. Just think about it.
What's your opinion on the last?
Dr. Tassoni. She seems nice enough. I mean, if you like the bookish sort.
Any intentions there, Lieutenant?
None. I prefer adventures.
Just trying to get a sense of where
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander.
We'll talk later.
Like that.
Well-being of his family. I certainly cannot fault him for prioritizing his loved one's safety over his constitutional rights. I commend Mr. Parker for remaining calm and collected throughout the encounter and for following up this interaction with the proper legal action.
They stole my $2.3 million startup on Christmas morning while my family cheered and opened gifts downstairs. My co-founder texted fired, "Merry Christmas." They didn't know I had already filed an emergency injunction the night before. By the time my mother was tearing the wrapping paper off a cashmere sweater, I had already frozen $41
Commander,
million in pending assets.
are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
The scrambled eggs on the
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up...
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Let me back up. Coulter Bridge Solutions wasn't supposed to be a two-person company for long.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Benezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful. And now she is gone.
Are you gonna be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her, and I grieve for what happened to her. But I will not let my grief interfere with what we are trying to accomplish.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
It's an interesting way of procreation.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my clan. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Do you know who Matriarch Venezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Specialized in equity disputes. And the first thing she told me when I described what my colleague had witnessed was that I needed to stop talking to Prescott immediately about anything business related. Stop giving him information, she said. He's measuring you. She was right. I went back and read 6 months of emails with fresh eyes and realized what I'd been watching was a slow, methodical campaign to reframe my role in the company. Emails from Prescott to the board described me as having shifted my focus.
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld. Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood, though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face. It is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
Before we incorporated, which gave us a separate and significant asset that had never been formally transferred to the company. We pulled meeting recordings. We pulled IP filings. We built a chronological record that looked like evidence because it was evidence.
Do you know who Matriarch Venezia
is? She rarely spoke of her partner.
Venezia never
You
told
mean
me.
with her own... sorry, it is possible Venezia's partner was embarrassed by their youth. Many Asari raised their children alone.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander. I get the feeling...
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander. I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Finished wrapping her grandchildren's gifts and went to bed without saying a word to anyone. Prescott's 7:14 a.m. text landed while I was
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
set the phone face down on the counter.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers. But I was always careful, until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau. I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
You don't like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Venezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people. Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what is yet to come. Maybe that's why I became so interested in the secrets of the past. It sounds so foolish when I say it out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Venezia.
All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up.
Aha. You share the wisdom of the matriarch, Shepard. That is exactly what Venezia said when I told her of my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the beacon on Eden Prime. You were touched by working Prothean technology.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool. Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
Do you know why Venezia joined up with Saren?
Venezia was swept up in events beyond her control and lost herself. She fell under the spell of indoctrination and became part of the very thing she wanted to stop. But I will remember and honor how she lived, not how she died. My mother was strong, kind, and beautiful. And now she is gone.
The specific silence of a person recalibrating. I understand you've received some paperwork, she said.
Are you gonna be okay?
You are kind to ask, Shepard. I do miss her. And
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming my people. Although we seek to understand other species...
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How did you end up?
I enlisted. Because humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep
everything.
But there's something special about work.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Yeah, I've had that conversation. She's not going to give me much else.
Put the Series B conversations on immediate hold pending resolution. Both prospective Series B investors received the same notification, which is standard practice.
Yes, Commander?
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
I trust you, Commander. If you think they belong here, then so do I.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were at Elysium during the Skillian Blitz. A massive fleet of alien raiders hit the colony, trying to wipe it out. They had the numbers, but their ships were no match for an Alliance frigate. It was a slaughter. We couldn't even keep track of how many ships they lost.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Pokeball's out.
Completely undeniable timestamp on a product approval you made while your father was getting an echocardiogram in the next room. Prescott tried to reach me twice on the 26th. The first time
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I pulled your boots out of the fire.
he said he always used my name like punctuation.
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. Spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
That I should have looped you in on sooner. I want to have a real conversation about how we move forward together. I had a note.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I'm sorry, Joker. I didn't even know you were sick.
You mean you didn't know? Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack! It's very dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you know, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
I have to go.
See ya.
And a seat that had been vacant since our last independent director resigned in October, something Prescott had been slow to fill, which, in retrospect, was probably not accidental. Oksana opened the meeting by stating that Farlow Capital had retained outside counsel to assess their exposure in light of the injunction. That sentence alone told me everything about how the room was already positioned. Prescott came in with Delora Vetch and a second attorney whose name I never caught. He was
Alright,
which struck me as the exact kind of detail that reveals something about a person's judgment. He tried to set the agenda. Hawthorne Bledsoe
Han system and Dis system. So, Gemini Sigma and Hades Gamma.
not because she was hostile, but because she was precise. Every claim sourced, every document timestamped, every deviation from the Founders Agreement mapped against the original language. Delora Vetch argued the governance clause again. Hawthorne asked her a single question. Do you have documentation showing that Ms. Bryn failed to meet the operational threshold your interpretation requires? She said she had supporting correspondence. He asked her to submit it. She submitted the correspondence she had, which was a collection of emails from Prescott to various These are emails from Mr. Dahl, he said. Do you have anything from Miss Bryn's own records? She did not. Because the emails from my records, the sign-offs, the approvals, the meeting participations, told a different story, and that story had already been submitted as part of our injunction file, which the board had, in front of them, before Prescott's team had a chance to frame the narrative. That's what the emergency filing had actually bought me, more than anything. Not just the frozen assets, the story. I got to put my version of events in front of the board, in writing, under legal process, before Prescott had a chance to spin it. He walked into their meeting thinking he was going to do damage control on an inconvenient filing, and instead found that the ground had already shifted. Oksana Trent said quietly,
Alright, so we need Liara, and I think we'll take Ashley for this one.
and that audit would include a full review of the cap table history for the past 18 months. She said it in the tone of someone stating a procedural requirement, but everyone in the room understood what she was actually saying. Prescott left without speaking to me. Delora Vetch gathered her papers with the careful movements of someone trying very hard not to show what they were feeling. The second attorney had barely said anything the entire meeting and left looking vaguely like he needed a long walk. The full resolution took 11 weeks. I want to be accurate about that because stories like mine sometimes get compressed into a
Guess nobody's home.
Most of the systems seem to be disabled. Only basic life support appears to be functioning.
And because of some financial obligations that had never been formally resolved, had not been fully met. What that meant, in practical terms, was that the trademark assignment was legally incomplete. Prescott had been building his pitch to Series B investors on a company whose primary IP had a cloud on its title. When Delphine raised this in the equity dispute, the investors' attorneys had what I imagine was a very animated conversation with Prescott and his remaining team. Within 3 weeks of that filing, Prescott's attorneys reached out to initiate settlement discussions. Here is what we settled for. My ownership position was restored to its original 50%. I received a payment for the legal fees and costs I'd incurred, which were significant. Prescott's role in the company was restructured. He remained on the board in a limited capacity but gave up his operational title. A new independent director was brought in specifically to oversee governance going forward. The trademark was formally and completely assigned to the company, which cleared the title issue and unblocked the Series B conversation. The Series B closed the following spring. $37 million. My position after dilution represented meaningful, real, substantial wealth. The kind that changes the material facts of your life in ways you don't fully process until you're sitting in a coffee shop 6 months later and realize you're not afraid of anything the way you used to be. Prescott and I are not friends. We are not enemies in the way people sometimes imagine from the outside. There's no ongoing hostility, no dramatic mutual contempt. What we are is two people who had a business relationship that included a betrayal, and who now manage that relationship.
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
I find that entirely acceptable. What I think about sometimes, still, is Christmas morning. Not the text, not the injunction, not the 11 weeks that followed. The actual morning. My nephew on the floor with his remote control car. My dad reading the toolkit like a scripture. My sister's left across the kitchen pushing a test something was wrong. The scrambled eggs, which my mother makes with a specific combination of cream cheese and fresh dill that I've never successfully replicated. The way Dad came
Alright, I'm back.
Hear that? We're not alone. Somebody set that trap. The whole place could be wired.
Unable to locate the manager, the deranged officer now focuses his attention to his camos. The reality is to go in 1970. So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes.
What was the president asking you to do?
He was asking us to recalibrate or recalculate. I believe it was recalculate. Somehow get a different answer, but I'm an engineer. And anyone that's good with numbers knows you can calculate all you want, but the numbers are the numbers.
So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes, fellas. Give me a break.
But the words used by the president and the president's chief. Break. Cooperate. Were they asking you to join them in a conspiracy?
I guess they were just trying to intimidate me and cajole me into something that wasn't going to happen.
So, look, all I want is 11,780 votes.
What was the president asking you to do?
He was asking us to recalculate.
My parents told every employer in town that I was a thief. I couldn't get hired for 2 years. Dad said maybe now you'll learn to respect us. Last week, I finally got a job interview. The CEO walked in, looked at me, and said, before we start, I need to give you this. I'm Ingrid, 26 years old. And for many years, my parents told every employer in town that I was a thief. For 2 years, I couldn't get hired anywhere in my town. Not because I lacked qualifications. I graduated with a 3.9 GPA in accounting and had glowing recommendations for professors. But none of that mattered because my parents told every employer in town that I was a thief. My father said, maybe now you'll learn to respect us. He thought he'd broken me. He thought 2 years of rejection, 2 years of watching me scrub hotel toilets while he left, would bring me crawling back. He didn't know about
Jacob's not going to make it.
He didn't know what my grandmother had
His
done
brain has
15
deprived
years
of
ago
oxygen for
when
too
the
long.
CEO of Mercer Holdings
There's nothing
was
any of us can do for him now except let him die with dignity. That's what he would want. I'm more worried about Julia now. She's showing signs of severe depression. I gave her some meds that should help, but I better warn the captain.
3 acres with a garage that held his Mercedes, my mother's Lexus, and my brother Marcus' BMW, a graduation gift for finishing business school. My mother Diane played the role of the devoted wife, who enjoyed China for Sunday dinners, fresh flowers from the farmer's market every week.
Pokeballs out.
And Marcus, 4 years older, the golden child, the heir apparent. He'd been groomed to take over Dad's company since he could hold a hammer. Everything he touched turned to opportunity. Everything I touched was questioned. Growing up, I learned early that daughters had a different place in the Thornton household. But Marcus wanted to study.
They say Jacob's gone. They say his brain isn't functioning anymore. And they want to shut off his machines.
He laughed. What for?
Jacob's the only thing in the world that matters to me. I don't know how to help him. It's tearing me up inside. I just feel so helpless. So damn angry. Dr. Smith gave me some meds to calm down, but I didn't take them. I can't. Not until I figure out a way to help Jacob. I won't give up on him. I won't.
Alright, so this is already sounding a little bit crazy, isn't it?
We're a premium roasting company that's very passionate about the craft of roasting high-quality coffee.
Jacob is showing no signs of brain activity. There's nothing more we can do for him. He wouldn't want to be kept alive by machines, so we're going to disconnect the life support. Dr. Smith is worried about Julia's reaction, though. She can't seem to let Jacob go. The stress is making her implants flare up, causing intense migraines. It'll probably be easier for everyone if we don't tell her until after we shut the life support down. Give her a chance to. Julia, what are you doing here? Why are you...
Frozen. In my father's eyes, I was our personal dreams. Plastic across the kitchen table. Books, supplies. my mistake. The only person who ever made me feel like I mattered was my grandmother. Margaret Hayes wasn't soft. She built a chain of furniture stores from nothing. Started with a single showroom in 1972, expanded to 11 locations across the state, then sold the whole operation when she turned 65 and retired with enough money to never worry again. She was sharp, practical, and she saw things other people missed, including what was happening in her daughter's marriage. I spent summers with Grandma Margaret when I was young. Her house smelled like lavender and old books. She taught me to read financial statements before I was 12, showed me how compound interest worked using her own investment portfolios. Knowledge is freedom. Ingrid, she'd say, tell your tale.
it's okay, Mr. Goonie. It's all good. Welcome in, motherfucker.
His face split into the widest grin I've ever seen. Well, he nudged my mother, pointed directly at me. Diane, look, our daughter found her calling. Mama's face flickered. Shame, maybe, or something else I couldn't read. Marcus just laughed. Hey, Ingrid. He called across the restaurant, loud enough for every guest to hear. Missed a spot in room 204. Several diners turned to look. Some recognized me. I saw the whisper start.
I know, right? Fucking my dad used to foist that shit off on us kids when we were young, and I'll tell you, it fucking builds character and shit, dude. Like, I understand that in the heat and stuff, it's a nasty job. Like, I get that. But it needs done. Oh, we couldn't do it by push mower. We had a pretty good sized yard back when I was a kid because we grew up on a farm. So, like, we had a good sized fucking yard that we had to mow. So we weren't push mowing. The older boys went out there and rode drive mowers. You know what I'm talking about.
You're making this harder than it needs to be. 2 weeks later, I was restocking supplies when voices drifted through the ventilation duct.
They use ride mowers or whatever the hell they're called.
My daughter needs stability. Merge the families. Barton Construction and Palmer Plumbing. She's the one causing trouble? The theft thing? That's handled. She's almost ready to come home. Another few months and she'll agree to anything, including meeting your boy.
Oh, I love those things. They're so much fun.
Strategic alliance. She'll do what she's told. By the time I'm done, she won't have any other options. I slid down the wall. He wasn't just trying to control me. He was planning to sell me. I started applying to companies in distant cities. The rejections piled up. Some wanted references I couldn't provide. Others questioned the 2-year gap. Then the email arrived. Dear Miss Thornton, we would like to invite you for an interview at Mercer Holdings. Please note this interview will be conducted by our CEO.
I love a ride mower.
Mercer Holdings was the largest financial firm in 3 states. CEOs didn't interview entry-level accountants. It didn't make sense. But Grandma's voice echoed, when the time comes, you'll know. 2 days later, I was on a bus to the city with $47 in my pocket. The night before my interview, I stayed in a budget motel near the bus station. The room smelled like industrial cleaner and old cigarettes. The mattress sank. I hung my Goodwill suit in the bathroom, letting steam work.
I'm Gen X. Cardio was never a problem.
Scuffed at the toes, but presentable if no one looked too close. I practiced interview answers until midnight. Linda, my manager of the hotel, had given me the day off without question. Go get your life back, she'd said, pressing a crumpled $20 bill.
Basically, we woke up, Mom fed us breakfast, and then it was like, get your ass out the house. Don't want to see your ass back in this house till street lights come back on. All right. I used to think it was Mom and Dad being hard on us.
Very careless, tagging your location. My stomach dropped. I know people in finance, Ingrid. One phone call. That's all it takes. Or come home now. Last chance. My phone.
But
A text from Marcus. You're done, sis. Dad already called them. I was standing 50 feet from the building that might save my life. And my father.
now I think about it,
300 miles away. I silenced
from years of experience and perspective,
the receptionist checked her computer. Yes, Miss Thornton. You're expected.
Gen X parents weren't hard on us kids. They weren't. Leastways, they weren't no harder on us than their parents were on them. And that's the truth.
He was looking at me like he'd been waiting years. Before we begin, I need to give you something.
Like, I used to really resent my pops for years, because, like, out of my parents, my pops was considerably harder on me and my siblings than parents I see today are on their kids. But I sit here and I think about it. And I look at, like, what mom and pops did for me and my siblings as we were growing up, what they taught us, how they molded us. And I've come to realize they weren't hard on us. They were teaching us what we needed to know. Did we get our ass whipped sometimes? Oh, yeah, sure. I took my fair share of ass whippings from my dad. Hell, technically speaking, because I was technically one of the black sheep in the family due to circumstances far beyond my personal control, I took more than my fair share of ass whippings. But everything I suffered, everything I went through, went towards teaching me everything I needed to know. It taught me mental toughness. It taught me emotional toughness. It taught me physical toughness. And in life, especially in today's world where everything's so damn topsy-turvy, you can't survive successfully without all three of those qualities. You need all of that if you're going to survive. Like, my generation is known as a generation that proved the saying that sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. We proved that shit wrong. We proved that 100% wrong. We're the generation that proved words can hurt you. And they can hurt you bad. Because we did that shit all the time. Like, we can give no fuck. We didn't have any problems. Like, using words as weapons. And something I get asked as a member of Gen X when I talk about that is I often get asked, well, didn't that, like, damage you? Didn't that, like, hurt you in some way? Sure, maybe. Back when I was knee-high to a grasshopper and I wasn't, you know, developed enough mentally and emotionally to understand. But any damage that that kind of an upbringing might have done to me was offset by how much it toughened me up and how much it taught me. You know, you hear about like liberal snowflakes and all this and all that and this and that and the other thing and the other thing. But you don't hear about that when it comes to Gen Xers. You know, I watched a video from a fellow Gen Xer earlier today where he was kind of talking about this in his own way. And, you know, he was talking about, well, why don't Gen X ever panic when shit hits the fan? Well, we don't panic because for us, this has been basically every day of our goddamn lives. Like, that's just the long and short of it. For Gen X, the panic, the chaos, that kind of bullshit, that's just who we are. It's how we grew up. So when shit hits the fan, we're not the kind of folk that go, fuck me, I need to go do all these dumbass things and this, that, and the other dumbass bullshit. No, we go, okay, what's the fucking problem? Okay, this is what the problem is. How do we fix it? How do we contend with this issue? And then we deal with it. Like, that's what Gen X is. That's what Gen Y is too. Because Gen X raised Gen Y to be just the same as we are. And you're 40, Goonie. You're Gen Y. You're a member of the first generation of kids born to Generation X. You're practically one of us. We raised you the way we were raised. You woke up in the morning, we told you, get your ass outside. We don't want to see your ass till lights come on. If you did something too far out of hand, we whipped your ass. When you got a trophy, you fucking earned that trophy. We made goddamn well sure of that. There was no goddamn participation trophy bullshit when we were kids. And I know you know it. You're old enough, I know you know it. You know I'm right. And this is why, like, I've seen calls from younger generations recently saying, hey, Gen X, why don't you step to the plate and start helping us fix shit? Motherfuckers, we've been doing that our whole goddamn life. Right? We're fucking tired We're done. We don't want to deal with the mess. Y'all motherfuckers created this shit. Y'all motherfuckers can fix it.
But none of that mattered because my parents told every employer in town that I was a thief. Mother said he didn't know what my grandmother had done 15 years ago, or why the CEO of Mercer Holdings was waiting for me. Now let me take you back 2 years to the day I discovered what my own parents had done to me. The Thornton family looked perfect from the outside.
So, because there's 2 different birthdays, I just put down the month and the year that I suspect. So, I put down 8. So, somewhere in the decade of 1980.
Like, we look at it like this.
Imagine you go into a business and their AI surveillance camera thinks it recognizes you as a trespasser. So that business handcuffs you and calls the cops. You show them your real ID, but they don't believe it. Instead, they believe that AI. Crazy, right? Well, this actually happened right before we
We grew up trying to, as y'all motherfuckers put it, fix the goddamn problems. When we wanted to know something, we went out and we fucking learned what we wanted to know.
Jason, as a UPS worker, he went to bed, woke up in the early evening, and he decided to enjoy a night of playing craps at local casinos. Jason arrived at Peppermill on about 11:30 p.m. on September 16th. He was a regular customer there. He had a Peppermill player's card in his name, and he estimates that prior to that night, he had gambled hundreds of times at the Peppermill casino.
Like, we research what we want to know. We research what we need to know. We've done our fucking time trying to help guide society where it needs to go. We're fucking done with it. Have we made bad decisions as a generation? Sure. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We've fucked shit up a little bit here and there, a little bit there. But in the process, we also did everything we could to fix it.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander, we've got a situation that requires your expertise. A group of fanatical biotics have kidnapped the chairman of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies. Their freighter sustained damage and is dead in space. Get in there and take them down.
We tried to teach the generations that come after us
What kind of resistance should I expect?
Biotics were seen
how to fix their own fucking problems.
Expect traps and combat drones.
And how to help fix any problems our generation may cause.
What are the biotics asking for?
Not our fault. Y'all motherfuckers didn't listen.
Major side effects from the implants. The subcommittee denied a request for reparations to all L2 biotics. Apparently they'd like the chairman to reconsider.
What's the priority on saving the chairman?
That's not our fault.
But we must make it clear that these tactics don't work, Commander. Your top priority is to neutralize the biotics.
Understood, Admiral. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate you taking the time, Commander.
So,
I'm sending you the last known coordinates of the freighter. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
as a sitting member of the Gen X Council, Let me kindly say this on behalf of my fellow Gen Xers.
This is one of those things. You guys have this fancy software.
For the love of the goddess, leave us the fuck alone. We gave you motherfuckers all the tools in the world We gave you motherfuckers all the tools in the goddamn world to fix your own fucking issues. We do not want to deal with it no more. We are tired. Fix your own shit. I'm pretty sure that even though he's not actually Gen X, I'm pretty sure Goonie would agree with me on this. Because he's Gen Y. He was raised just the same way we was. I'm sure this motherfucker would tell you the same goddamn thing I'm telling you. As a member of Gen X, leave us the fuck alone. Let us do our own shit from here on out. We're the forgotten generation for a fucking reason, bitches. We don't want to be remembered. It is not our fucking job to come out and fix your shit. We did our time.
Officer Jaeger asked RPD to run a check on Killinger's driver's license.
This is the one he presented today.
And Killinger's driver's license also came back as valid, showing that Jason Killinger had never been arrested before. Jaeger, in talking to RPD outside the casino, said, "That's super weird. Do you see a resemblance?" And Jaeger explained his hunch that M.E. and Jason Killinger are actually the same person.
Because their software here, they have this facial recognition software here at the Pepper Mill, and he came back as a 100% match for the character who was previously trespassed. So this is definitely a weird one.
endorsements on his ID, permitting him to hold double and triple trailers. Jaeger looked at both licenses.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade?
Please, I was trying to help you people.
Let's not do anything we're all gonna regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get
Also,
reparations,
trust me.
we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my
The
mind.
way y'all are
See,
out there right now,
if
if you put Gen X in charge of everything, you wouldn't like it.
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What, we're supposed to trust you? Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
ME weighs 50 pounds less than Jason. Their signatures are different. Officer Jaeger removed the peppermint.
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth, I promise that.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
Then you weren't doing your job. A Fifth Fleet cruiser will pick you and the prisoners up. Metagel deployed.
Jason was taken to jail at the Washoe County Detention Facility.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
There's two different birthdays. I just put down the year that I suspect. So I put down 80. So somewhere in the decade of 1980 what I put down. Because that's the whole reason and I don't know which one is the factual one.
While Jason Killinger remained at the jail, the fingerprint analysis conclusively established that he was in fact Jason Killinger, and he was not ME or anyone else. While at the jail, Killinger's name on his arrest papers was changed from John Doe to Jason Killinger. So now Jason Killinger would be prosecuted for trespassing as Jason Killinger, not as John Doe.
It's like one of those ones where it's like it might be a legit doppelganger situation.
Until this incident, Jason Killinger had never been arrested for anything and had never previously been suspected of any criminal activity. However, based on Officer Jaeger's fabricated arrest records, Jason Killinger's prosecution would continue. On September 18, 2023, the Reno Municipal Court opened its register of actions. Since Jason Killinger had been positively ID'd as Jason Killinger and not John Doe and not ME, he was charged as Jason Killinger with trespassing, but no one by the name of Jason Killinger had ever been trespassed from anywhere at all at any time, certainly not at the Peppermill Casino. The Reno Municipal Court and the Reno prosecutors, still, they went forward prosecuting Jason Killinger, not prosecuting ME and not prosecuting John Doe. So Jason retained an attorney and he paid him approximately $1,800 to represent him. A bench trial was set with the Reno prosecutors all set to argue for Jason Killinger's conviction. On November 9th, 2023, the bench trial was called before the Honorable
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
Secretaries and most importantly the same accountant that they had when they were Jim Crockett Promotions running North and South Carolina and Virginia. And this unnamed accountant was told one day they wanted to buy something. He's so far behind, he's so in the weeds, and all this new stuff, and the television money didn't come in, the pay-per-view money takes 6 months or whatever. He's lost, but he didn't tell anyone. Sandy Scott, whose office was right here across from Dusty Rhodes and Jimmy Crockett's, was in his office one day and saw Jimmy Crockett walk into the accountant's office, because the accountant had worked all weekend to figure out where they were getting this money. And he's in there about 5 minutes, and then he comes out, and Sandy said his face was white. He had just found out that not only did they not have the money to buy whatever it was they were going to buy, but they were $2 million short. They had known they were in the hole until they were $2 million in the hole because the accountant was so far behind.
Ashley Henson's working too.
Smoke bulbs on now.
That's nice for the boys, too. I saw it. In Megan's mouth, grandchildren became pieces of property. Some useful, some inconvenient. The restaurant manager stepped into the doorway again. Mrs. Conway, he said to me, not Megan. I think you need this. He handed me a printed catering form. Under special instructions, someone had typed, meet Ava in adjoining room before family photo. Remove allergy note from main meal count. Do not mention to Tyler. At the bottom was Megan's portal name. For the first time all night, she had no soft answer. Tyler took the form from my hand, read it, and set it beside the email. You changed her food and hid it from me. Megan reached for the paper. Do not, Tyler said. One quiet word stopped her. Roy Ellis stood. For everyone present, I need to state that Ava is Tyler's legal child and direct descendant. Any document excluding her would be inaccurate. My office will not file it. Megan's face reddened. This is a family matter. No, Tyler said. You made it a legal matter when you tried to erase my child from paperwork. June began to cry beside the gift table. Mom, stop. Megan turned on her. Not you two. June flinched, and I wondered how many years she had spent shrinking under that voice. Tyler crouched in front of Ava and opened his palm. The brass key lay there. I gave this to you because I wanted you to know you always had a place with me, he said. I am sorry I let anyone make you wonder. Ava turned to me. He went to my sit-down Nathan and pulled over space and pulled out the chair beside him. Yes, Oliver moved to the overnight room right here. Ava sat between her mother and reached his head, hands folded tight in hers. Megan tried one last time.
Horsehead Nebula.
Tyler looked around at the guests, the shop employees, the attorney, the manager, the boys, me.
Oh shit. God damn it. Might be able to get up there faster and easier coming this way. Fucker. There we go. wouldn't damn sure come down that going that way, but it damn sure weren't gonna let me go up there going that way. Ain't that a bitch? Want to take a quick gander. Try to make sure I don't miss nothing. Football's out. Hey, Carve. What's up, my dude? Mr. Goonie, goddamn you. You left me. How rude. No. Oh, I reckon I'm more or less all right. All right, let's see. Horsehead Fortuna. Horsehead, yeah, it's down this way. Just chilling and streaming. Like I do every Tuesday. What exactly do you think Stream Elements was doing? I am thoroughly confuzzled. Yeah, because I fucking shouted you out. If you're in my channel, and I'm fairly certain you're actual real human, I shout you out every time. It's my rule. That weren't Stream Elements doing that. Hell, even if Stream Elements can do that without, you know, a human's input, which I'm not 100% sure is possible, I don't know how to set that up. Because I am not technologically enabled. Along with my mental disabilities, I have a severe technological disability. Like, you give me, like, one of them old Apple Macs or, you know, an NES or Super NES, some of the older systems, or a fucking Commodore 64, I know what to do with them things. I know how to fix them, more or less. Because I grew up on them. This newfangled shit, I don't know none of this. There we go. Well, there might be a worm out this way. Over the hills and through the woods to Grandmama's house we go. Come on, get up there. There we go. Whee! I love driving into Mako. To me, this is the best part of the whole game, is driving around in this damn thing. This motherfucking thing defies like the laws of physics and shit. Wee-hee. Yeah, we'll come do this right quick. Then I'll finish exploring. Make sure I don't miss nothing.
Hello again, Commander Shepard. I owe you a debt of gratitude. With my former partners dead, this syndicate is now mine. I could not have done it without you.
I killed them because they deserved it. Now I'm placing you under arrest.
Surely you don't think that necessary. Under my leadership, this organization will restrict itself to gambling and smuggling illegal technologies. These crimes are hardly worth your time. If you press the issue, my assistants are very well equipped to deal with you.
This gang has a reputation for drugs and slaving. It's too late to change that.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps this organization has been so tainted by those two idiots that it cannot be redeemed. If I disband the gang, I walk away free. I have not come so far to be arrested. I would die before going to prison. I would most certainly kill before going to prison. Now, do we have a deal?
All right, chat. I'm going to give you, for those of y'all that are paying a little bit of mind here, I'm going to give you a chance to decide how this goes down. So, choices are 1, for now, 2, yes, 3, no. So, do I let her go for now, but probably still sick the authorities on her dumb ass? Do I let the bitch just go and pray she follows through and disbands and does all the things? Or do I do everything I can to take this bitch in right here, right now? You have approximately 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Make your choice. I see car over here is like no deal, and I respect that. And thank you, Mr. Goonie, by the way, for the 5 stream streak. Time's about up. Come on now.
Was transferred from joint ownership to
All right. Time is up.
I was offering life, not freedom. Come along peacefully, or I will take you down.
A pity. Neutralize the Spectre!
Well, that went right quick and in a hurry. See, this is why I like doing planetary exploration. Because there's almost always a little something hidden here and there. Hello, adrenaline baby. Ooh, I do love me some Kingdom Hearts. Not gonna lie. I need to go back to Zeus Hope. I gotta finish that off. If you're in here, and I'm pretty sure you're a real person, you get a shout out, but you're welcome. Well, I don't know. I mean, you could be AI. I mean, it is the internet. I mean, can you prove you're real?
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Normandy, this is Alliance Command. We're detecting your presence in the Anakin Beta Cluster. One of our surveillance drones was gathering intel on Geth activities in the region was spotted and shot down. We need to go groundside and recover the drone's data module before the Geth find it.
I mean, it kinda is.
A dangerous health crisis that could be affecting our state. Surveillance has announced it's recalling more than 4,000 tons of tainted man-meat. The massive recall comes after more than 300 people reported feeling ill, coming into contact with a wide variety of potentially contaminated beacons. Surveillance has now sent notices to patrons across the country advising them to monitor symptoms if they have recently been in contact with washboard halves or a gyrating dome within the last 4 minutes. Reports have traced the original outbreak to a recent show in Las Vegas, where an entire bachelorette party received medical attention via show after a particularly intense lap dance for a long time Tuesday, October 3rd. Health officials have confirmed the tainted true man flesh was then packaged with chips. All the data is linked to the spread of
All right, folks. Choose my 2 companions for this mission. You got 2 minutes. Go. That sounds like a load of fun.
Thanks again for all your help. So basically, I'm wearing this for my protection because when I go out, all the world's going to be
All right, time's up now.
So basically, I'm wearing this for my protection because when I go out, there's people trying to. So it's weird.
Get those Pokeballs out now. So far, no resistance.
This is the surveillance drone. But where's the data module? Guess we're doing this the hard way.
Now we get to go play with monkeys.
Nice shot.
Guess the little beast had it coming.
Your daughter is not invited to my birthday.
He dropped the data module.
Joker can transmit this info to your Alliance command.
Katie was 7, which meant she was just a baby. When I was 13, Katie was 11, which Because there will be no relationship, there will be no financial support. I am withdrawing all support effective immediately. I hope you have the life you will. Goodbye. I folded the letter once, then again, and slid it into the box like it belonged there. Now I need it delivered. I chose the simplest method, the one that couldn't be accidentally forgotten. I mailed it timed so it would arrive on the day of the party, so it would be opened when gifts were opened, so it would land in the exact moment Mom expected applause. Then I waited. On the day of the party, our house was strangely quiet. Dad took Sienna out for ice cream, not as a reward, not as a distraction, just as a small statement. We were allowed to have a nice day. I stayed home. My phone sat on the counter like a sleeping animal. I did not have to wait long. The first call came mid-after afternoon. Mom's name lit up my screen. I let it ring twice before I answered because I'm still me. Hello, I said. Her voice exploded out of the speaker. How dare you? She shouted. How dare you do this to me on my birthday? I did not respond. Silence is a powerful thing when someone is expecting you to scream. Then she said louder as if volume could turn reality into her preferred story. I opened your present. She hissed in front of everyone. Of course she did. She had probably smiled, held it up, made a little speech about how her new record girl would still loved her. She probably expected something sentimental, something that made her look cherished. Instead, she got my letter. In the background, I heard voices, guests, movement, a clink of glass, then quieter, close to the phone. Dad's voice. What did you do? It was not directed at me. It was directed at her like he was staring at the blast radius and trying to identify the source. Mom continued outraged. You embarrassed me. You humiliated me in front of my guests. I didn't read it out loud. I said it loudly. She made a sound that could have been a gasp or a growl. Then something shifted. Her fury tangled with panic. And what is this nonsense about money? She snapped. Vendors are calling. The card isn't working. The account is empty. What have you done? I leaned against the counter. My voice stayed steady. I withdrew my financial support. I said, effective immediately. You can't, she said as if she were declaring the law. We mean that. I almost laughed. The audacity was so familiar. It was practically a family heirloom. You exploited my child, I said. You don't get access to her, and you don't get access to my wallet. Mom sputtered. It was adults only. And yet Elliot and Ruby and Nico were there. I said, interesting world. She tried to talk over me. They're different. They're family. I felt my jaw tighten. Sienna is family, I said. Or she was supposed to be. Dad's voice again. Low, urgent, horror. I could picture him standing behind her, trying to calm her down, trying to make this go away. A man who spent his whole life managing her moods and calling it peace. Mom's voice sharpened. So that's me. You're cutting us off. You're going to abandon your own mother. I'm protecting my child, I said. You're selfish, she spat. I breathed in slowly. This is my boundary, I said. Do not call me again. Then I ended the call. Click. The silence afterward was so complete it felt unreal. And yet, for the first time in a long time, the silence did not feel like loneliness. It felt like space. The smear campaign started before my phone had even cooled down. That might sound dramatic, but when you have a family like mine, speed is part of the strategy. They don't let the story settle. They do.
All right, I got to run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Y'all hang tight.
My phone was buzzing like an inner child. Aunt, cousin, family friend I hadn't spoken to in 3 years. Someone who once borrowed my casserole dish and never returned it. I answered the first few out of habit. What did you do? A distant relative demanded. Not as a question, but as an accusation. How could you do that to your mother? Another voice scolded. You only get one mom, someone said. Like that was a coupon I was required to redeem. By the third call, I stopped playing along. This is private, I said. I'm not discussing it. Some people loved and hung up. Some people tried again. But she's your mother.
Whew, I needed to take that piss. I tell you what. Oh. Alright, I came to Pharos to deal with one thing. It's Geth in the tunnels. Alright. See, we'll take... I think these two.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
There we go. Let's get some Pokeballs in, chat. Good Lord.
Jury duty letter came in. A developing situation in Washington where just moments ago the... Let's talk about... How you doing?
Maroon Sea Cluster's where I'm heading off to next.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
He's a pretty vessel. Hello, Chipmunk. I don't know if you're a real person or not, but hello anyway. And thank you for the chat for the first time.
Looks like we've got an active distress beacon on the planet below, Commander. No message, just a locator signal.
God damn it. We'll just fucking do it this way. Okay, the mountainous nature of this planet makes getting around a little bit hard.
Rescuers? Oh, thank God. See? I told you somebody would come to investigate that signal. My name is Dr. Ross, Chief Exogeny Researcher at this facility. We've been trapped in this room for days. We're almost out of food and water. You got here just in time.
I need to know what's going on. Why is this place crawling with Thorian creepers?
How do you know about the Thorian?
I know what Exogeny was up to. I saw what they let the Thorian do to those colonists, so I destroyed it.
Our secret's out then. No point in my lying. You already know the worst. The creepers here were created using altered samples from the specimens on Pharaohs. We discovered a way to turn them into docile, obedient servants. Everything was going fine until a few days ago. Then all the creepers suddenly went berserk. Only a handful of us made it back into the safety of this room.
Why didn't you send a clear message asking for help? All we had was that signal from the emergency beacon.
This is a closed communications base. Exogeny was worried about someone on the project selling secrets to a rival firm or reporting our work to the authorities. We have no direct communication with the outside, only the emergency beacon. It sends a general distress signal to the Exogeny site on Pharos. They're supposed to send a team to respond inside of 24 hours, but it sounds like they had problems of their own.
Any chance some of the other people at the base might still be alive?
I doubt it. Too many creepers out there. They never stood a chance. We're the only ones left.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Maybe there was still some kind of link between the creepers and the Thorian back on Pharos. The Thorian was unlike any other life form we've ever studied. I can't explain how, but maybe when it died, it somehow set off the creepers here.
I've heard all I need to.
Look, I know what we did here was wrong. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There's no sense reporting this to the authorities, right?
You were in charge of this project. The safety of the staff was your responsibility. They trusted you, and you betrayed that trust.
Be reasonable. I didn't mean for this to happen. Besides, how does it help anyone if I end up in jail? Normally Exogeny would have my back, but it sounds like they're going to have their hands full cleaning up the mess on Pharos. But
Pokeballs
I've
out.
got money. A nice little emergency fund I set up. It's yours if you let us go.
The victims here deserve justice. I have to take you in.
That's not going to happen. Open fire. Open fire!
for survival.
The logs show this ship was exploring near the Perseus Veil. Looks like they found some kind of alien artifact. They brought it on board, and then... This makes no sense, Commander. They plotted a course straight into the Perseus Veil, like they wanted the Geth to find them.
What else did the log say?
The entries don't make a lot of sense after that. It's like the captain's mind was falling apart. He doesn't say anything about how they got back into our territory.
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to anyone who goes into the...
The logs show this ship they brought it on board, and then...
That artifact must have done something to them. Why else would someone fly into Geth space?
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find them, trying to show us what happens to anyone who goes into the... deserve it.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh, God. The entire colony must have been transformed.
Come on, get up there.
experiences of integrity. This milestone was paid for by every generation that built this country. The drug is trying to quietly steal it, warping it into a celebration of living, weaponizing it to advance his own personal, political, and financial interests. This is bigger than one anniversary. The political and legal machinations that brought us to this point are a potential blueprint for others who seek to betray the public trust, take something above the books, run dark money, sell access, and make sure the details are hidden behind public scrutiny. They work this time. We can't allow it to happen again. The next government program, the next fund, the next thing that's supposed to work for all of us, to be exploited and misused this way. That's why we have to confront this grift and corruption right now. We laid out in meticulous detail how it happened, not to tell you what to think about America's 250th anniversary plans, so you know.
Let's get those Pokeballs out.
Yes, number 3, you refuse, and you with hilarious
Okay, that's just that. Alright, you dumb son of a bitch, turn, goddammit. Well, I do. Like I said, I love riding around the Mako and doing shit with the Mako. It definitely has certain flaws. Like 100%. And the biggest flaw is turning. It's not as simple as just turning your left joystick side to side to make this motherfucker turn a certain direction. You gotta work in conjunction with the right stick and camera movement, and it's a pain in the ass. Of course, you got to use that turbo boost sometimes to help you get places. Also, her traction is shit, to be fair. Makes her difficult to control at times. But on the plus side, her ability to go up and down mountains and virtually any other kind of obstacle is unparalleled with any vehicle or form of transportation in a game that I've ever used. I give her credit where she's due. God damn it. As you see with me driving her, and I've got way too much experience driving this beast, she can be difficult to control, but she is one beautiful piece of machinery.
Just lead the way.
I think that's probably about all I'm gonna find here.
Without it, she couldn't survive the month. My daughter's college acceptance letter still hung on the fridge. Her dream just within reach, but dreams don't wait for pennies. At 75 cents an hour, both their futures were being stolen in real time. Shock hollowed me out, but humiliation meant something else. An ember. I didn't shout. I didn't protest. I simply stared at the number, knowing Marcus had lit a fire he could never contain. For 12 years, my fingerprints had been all over the veins of Hale Dynamics, though no one ever saw them. 17,000 employees depended on my work, though most of them never knew my name. I wasn't an executive shaking hands with investors, or a face on glossy magazines.
Let's get those Pokeballs out.
The quiet architect of every paycheck that landed on time. Every overtime credit that matched the hours worked. Every schedule that prevented chaos from consuming the floor. As workforce systems coordinator, I built the routines others took for granted. Truck drivers knew when to load shipments because my system aligned their hours with warehouse shifts. Engineers were paid for every overnight they sacrificed because I corrected the overtime codes before payroll locked. Entire factories kept humming because I made sure there were no gaps in staffing. No double bookings, no silent collapses. Pride was the only reward I had. Pride, and the knowledge that, without me, the empire Marcus Hale bragged about would have cracked long ago. I remembered one crisis as vividly as if it were yesterday. A payroll glitch had miscalculated bonuses across 3 divisions, shorting hundreds of employees during the holiday season. The union had lawyers ready. Employees furious. Lawsuits inevitable. I stayed 48 hours straight, combing through records, reconciling every entry until the numbers balanced and the anger subsided. Marcus had walked into the press conference afterward, shoulders squared, voice steady, telling the cameras he had personally resolved the issue. My name was never mentioned. He basked in applause, built on my exhaustion. That was the rhythm of my career. I held the company together. He claimed the glory. And yet, even pride has a way of hollowing out when it is carried alone. In quiet moments, the loneliness pressed harder than any crisis. Pride didn't cover the rent increases. Pride didn't pay hospital bills. I still saw my mother at her kitchen table, pills spread out in neat lines, counting and recounting, deciding which days she could skip her heart medication without collapsing. I still heard my daughter's voice, soft but sharp, as she held her acceptance letter. Mom, will I still get to go? Will I still be able to study at the school I dreamed of? That question cut deeper than Marcus's signature ever could. I had built stability for thousands, but I couldn't promise stability for the 2 people who depended on me most. The pride I carried in silence suddenly felt like a fragile glass, polished and unbroken on the outside, but ready to shatter with the smallest crack. I was the hidden architect of Hale Dynamics, the one Marcus Hale could never replace. And in the quiet between the storms, I began to realize being invisible was no longer enough. The announcement was staged like a celebration, though to me it felt like a public execution. Marcus Hale stood at the head of the conference table, his voice amplified through the intercom, so that every floor, every cubicle, every break room could hear him. He spoke with the tone of a man unveiling progress, but his eyes found me first, and the gleam in them was unmistakable. This wasn't about progress. It was about replacing me. Today, he declared, we begin a new chapter. A chapter of innovation, energy, and family leadership. He drew out the last words like an oath. I already knew what was coming, but the sting burned just as sharp when he said it aloud. I'm proud to announce that my son, Brandon Hale, will take over as workforce systems coordinator. Effective immediately, there was polite applause, the kind that felt forced. Like air leaving a balloon, my chest tightened as faces turned toward me. Some curious, some pitying, others deliberately blank. 12 years of work, erased in one sentence. Brandon walked in then, wearing a suit that looked borrowed, and a smirk that was entirely his own. He adjusted the tie he clearly didn't know how to wear, and shook hands with the nearest executives. His confidence inflated by nothing.
Looking for supplies?
Then he turned
Let's see what you
to
bet.
me, and the smirk widened. I'll be cleaning up the mess, he said casually, loud enough for the room to hear. No offense, Riley, but your system's been outdated for years. It's time to clear out the old junk. He chuckled, as if the last 12 years of my life were nothing more than clutter in a storage closet. A few nervous laughs followed, not because anyone agreed with it, but because no one dared to cross Marcus's son. Humiliation settled like a weight in my stomach. I wanted to shout, to lay out every late night, every crisis of
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. XO Presley has the deck.
Hey, Adidas Dallas, welcome the fuck in. Gave you a shout out earlier, brother, because I always do. And Cod God Maverick showing up. Appreciate it. Alright, so it is that time of the night. I'm going to go on ahead and find me someone to raid into. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to streamers you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It makes our day, makes all of this worth it. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do the job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, we are going to raid to a Miss Katie Marie, who is also playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I will be back tomorrow, and then again guaranteed on Friday. Until then, I will see you motherfuckers later, and this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out.